The government is offering a new program where they will deliver you breakfast by mail. It's run by the United States Postal Service. Welcome to the stream, my friends. Happy Thursday. Happy Jump Timber, the month where Agent Frownie lies about what game he's going to be playing every night and plays Jump King instead. Oh, thank you for your long suffering with me, my friends. I just can't seem to help myself these past few nights. I didn't play Jump King for a year, and now I can't do anything but play Jump King. But we'll see. We'll see how we do. Welcome in, and thank you for being here. We may or may not play this all night. There is a possibility we could switch over to something else if I get too bogged down. But, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Welcome in, my friends. Dead Zergling is first in chat. Great to have you here, Zergling. We've also got Lucent Jelly and Nick LaRosa. Very good to see you again, Nick. Hope you've been doing well. Jump King again. You're out of control, friend, Zergling says. Let's go ahead and press some buttons before I change my mind. Don't believe it. He will never switch. I wouldn't hold my breath for it. Alright, same thing we did last time. I'm going to start by intentionally throwing away some progress. It's no big deal. It's just the cat tower. And then I can warm up by climbing this. And I like to do that because the phantom tower up above is really perilous. And it's got a couple progress devastating. It's got a couple devastating jumps that will just eat unbearable amounts of progress if you miss them. So it's better to start down here and have a bit of a warm up. Because as you can see, I'm not very good at this game. Oh. Got back from Houston an hour ago. Have to see how far I can get into this stream. Hope the trip was safe. Hope it was stress-free, productive, enjoyable. I lived in Houston for several years, and I had a lot of good friends there, and I had some good times there, but I would be fine with never going back. It was, the weather. Oh my goodness, the weather. I also had some horrific times in Houston. My apartment got burglarized. I was down there and lived through Hurricane Harvey. And the flooding that came along with that. So, was definitely not all good down there in Houston. But the weather is miserable. It was so hot every day. Years and years of bad weather. If I did find myself in Houston again, I would try to go to two places, though. I'd try to go to two restaurants, if they still exist, and hopefully they would still be as good as they were when I was there, like, many years ago now. But there was a Thai restaurant called Thai Stellar in South Houston. We lived really close to it, and I actually could walk there. We were near enough by. But I really liked Thai Stellar. they had their Thai basil dish was as close to what I remember having in Thailand as anything that I've ever had in the States, and it was really, really good. I wonder, the other one was the chicken place, Jelly says, but I get rid of the name. Yeah, the other one was Pluckers, which is a sports bar that had they were kind of had like a Buffalo Wild Wings kind of thing, where they had a bunch of different chicken wing flavors, and they were really good. I really like the novelty of being able to order like a whole bunch of different flavors of chicken wings. And like I know like chicken wings are super expensive, right? Like they're a novelty food. Like you buy them for the experience of having them, not for the meal itself. But yeah, Pluckers was really good. I didn't like to eat there because I don't really like the sports bar atmosphere. It's just too crowded and loud for me. So I would order a lot of their wings and take them home. But yeah, I really like their wings. They're like super hot, like challenge wings were really good. They had this very thick hot sauce that they kind of piled up on top of them. That was really good. They had these Dr. Pepper wings that were like sticky and sweet that were very good. And they had a spicy lemon pepper that was the best I've ever had. It was the first place I ever had like a spicy lemon pepper, and it's far and away the most enjoyable one that I ever had. That's a flavor that it seems to be easy to get kind of wrong. Because sometimes spicy lemon pepper wings are kind of gross. Flavor doesn't always work. I'm with you, Nick says. I don't like the heat. Yeah, I can't. I'm so happy to live somewhere that has a really good winter. I remember, yeah, they had a drink called the Psychedelic Frog that was really tasty. It was very it was an adult beverage. It's kind of bluish green, kind of neon colored. Very pineapple, had a strong like pineapple presence to it. I think that was Jelly's favorite cocktail of all time. We somehow got the recipe, or found a recipe for it. We make some for ourselves from time to time. But I think it was still a little better if you got it from them. So those were some cool places. I don't know if they've remained cool because it's been a long time and a lot has happened. So if they're still open, I don't know if they're the same as they were when we lived down there, but if I found myself in Houston, I would try to if I somehow for some reason found myself in Houston for a couple days, I would try to seek out those two places. Among a few others that, you know. have a little bit less, like, noteworthy personal significance. Old jobs and stuff like that. You need like 10 different drinks to make it. It wasn't cost effective. Oh yeah. Well, 10's a bit of an exaggeration, but yeah, it had like 5 things that went into it, I think. But yeah, they were like kind of particular things. I have to remember Pluckers when I go back. I don't remember if they had more than one location. I feel they either had 2 locations or they moved. I don't remember which is the case. Is this free? That's free? I wonder if I knew that before and forgot. That jump is so scary. Every jump in this game is so scary. Oh. I'm feeling pretty good tonight, my friends. I had breakfast for dinner with some coffee. I haven't been having coffee in the evening, so I think like the caffeine is... Oh no. A nice pick-me-up. That'll crush my spirits right there, that kind of thing. That's not good. I shouldn't let the game hear me say I was feeling good. But I had bacon and eggs on toast for dinner. For the first time in a while, and it's a good thing too. My eggs were coming up on their use-by date. I don't know why I did that. I do know why I did that. I thought I was somewhere else, but that looked really foolish. Thought I was here. Breakfast for dinner. Me too. Stopped by the Waffle House on the way back. Been a long time since I went there. Yeah, I haven't been to a Waffle House in a while either. Usually if I'm on the road for some reason, if I'm staying in a hotel, then I'll stop by the Waffle House. We have a diner in town that I meet up with some friends there. Basically every other weekend, and we meet up there in the morning. We have breakfast there. I guess most diners are breakfast oriented, and this one is no exception. I like to have their. I have the same thing. Oh no, that's not true. I did it first. Well, I didn't at first. I would order. They did a smoked Polish sausage, and I would have that with some toast and eggs. But then I started having bacon instead, and just recently I switched to the ham steak. So now I have a little ham steak, a couple eggs, a couple slices of toast, and it's very, very good. I don't like ham very much. Like if I'm like having like if I'm going to a dinner and there's like a holiday ham, I'm like, alright. You know, like I could eat some of it, but it's not really like I'd rather have turkey, and I don't even really like turkey that much either, but I like turkey better than ham. But like a little fried like breakfast ham steak. Oh, I really love. I like waffles too, but I don't eat those very often. Of the like waffle, pancake, French toast triad, I think waffles are my favorite. I definitely like waffles and French toast better than pancakes. It's kind of hard to judge those two against one another, though. I think waffles has the slight edge, but French toast is really great too. But I only have those kind of things like once or twice a year. Pretty rare. I don't really like making waffles. Like I like eating the waffles that I make for myself. I think that, I think I can make some pretty good waffles, but I don't like going through the trouble of making them and cleaning the waffle iron. It's like if I have this, it's one meal that I'm gonna enjoy for like maybe an hour, and it's like 6 days and 7 nights worth of labor to make it happen. So I have to really want it. No. Oh, that's devastating to miss that jump. I'm doing bad tonight, my friends. I'm falling down here a lot more than I have the past couple nights. If there's anyone that's not caught up to speed on my relationship with this game, I have been through many ups and downs, no pun intended, with Jump King. There have been times where I have hated this game more than anything else on this earth. And now I kind of love it. Now I really kind of love it. But my first playthrough of this, it's complicated. This game has 3 quests. There's the original game, and it also has 2 DLC quests that are like separate maps. DLC 1 branches off of the original map. DLC 2 technically does as well, but not, but like right at the beginning, so really not. DLC 1 is properly considered a branch off of the main quest. DLC 2 is really just its own separate thing. But I played the game on my first playthrough. I found myself on the DLC 1 branch. And I kind of figured that out along the way, but I was too stubborn to back out of that path. I did not want to retreat, and so I stuck with it, and my first playthrough was a horrific nightmare that lasted for 29 hours, or sorry, that lasted for 92 hours and 29 minutes. 92 hours and 29 minutes for my first playthrough. I finally beat the game. And during those 92 hours, I went through every emotion that any human has ever experienced. Mostly the negative ones. Then, after I beat the game for the first time, I wanted to go back and do the main quest, and I did that, and I beat that in 4.5 hours the very next night. And then I was excited. I was like, alright, I did DLC 1, I did the main quest, there's only DLC 2 left. And I tried to do DLC 2 on the same night, but I didn't know how to start the second DLC. I made a mistake, and then I needed to get back to the title screen, but I was afraid to save and quit and restart, because I didn't want to... Your progress carries over, like New Game Plus, right, from playthrough to playthrough. But I was worried if I quit out and restarted, it would erase my progress. So I thought the best way to get back to the title screen was to beat the game again. So I beat DLC 1 a second time that same night, and it only took 2.5 hours. So my PB kept improving dramatically. You know, 92 down to 4 down to 2 is pretty good. Or I guess rounding up, it'd be 93 down to 5 down to 3. But then I started DLC 2, the quest we're currently on. And I've been playing it for about 126 hours, I think. 125, 126, somewhere around there. Does it show me when I pause? 125 in 5 minutes. Most of that was last year. I quit the game last year in September. Because my son was born. And that shook up the stream a bit. But we finally started playing it again, and I've been doing pretty alright the past 2 nights. Tonight's not going very well so far, but we'll see. 5 stages of grief. Welcome in, Derek Ocean. Oh yeah. I went through all of them. I love waffles, but I like the classic ones better. I know people like the thick Belgium waffles. Yeah, I kind of like my waffles. I guess a kind of a medium thickness. I've got a recipe that I've sort of put together that it goes pretty heavy with wheat flour. My waffles are wheat waffles. I like whole grain products. I like the kind of richer flavor that you get with anything that's sort of whole wheat. So I use whole wheat flour for pretty much everything that I cook, even when you're not really supposed to, because it's like heavier or whatever. Anyone ever watch The Office? They have a spin-off series called The Paper Out. As I was reading that, I thought the title was The Paper Out. Called The Paper Out. I want to give it a shot. I've never watched The Office. I've heard it's pretty good from some people that whose opinions I trust, but I don't know, I've just never given it a try. I feel like when it first came out, I wasn't crazy about that, about the cinematography style. That that sort of like documentary sort of like style that it has, where it's like filmed with one camera, like in the room. I feel like a lot of shows started doing that kind of like that sort of, I don't know, I can't think of what the term for it is. A lot of shows started doing that kind of camera setup around that time, and I don't know, it's... I liked the classic multicam rooms without a fourth wall kind of sitcom setup, I guess. It's a fake story, but shot like a real thing. It's odd. And I don't universally... I don't universally hate that style. I don't know. I didn't like it at the time. It's not for everyone. Like in bits and pieces. There's some very funny parts, Nick says. Maybe one day. Maybe one day we'll give it a try. I prefer traditional comedies also, Derek says. Seinfeld is my favorite of all time. I've been getting a lot of, like, Seinfeld clips in my YouTube recommendations recently. And, some of them do manage to lure me in, so I've been watching bits and pieces, like little 5-minute segments of Seinfeld here and there throughout the day. I don't know the whole series. Like, I've seen a healthy chunk of episodes, but I feel like there's probably more episodes I haven't seen than ones I have. But yeah, it's really good. I don't know if I mentioned it on stream or not. I don't think I have. I did recently rewatch the entirety of Breaking Bad. I found a couple of channels on YouTube where people were like basically doing breakdowns of episodes of Breaking Bad and like sharing like trivia and like behind the scenes stuff. And I watched a couple of those and I was like, I just need to watch the series again to follow along with this. I was having fun like getting insight into the making of it, but I was like I need to see it again to really follow these. So I had that on in the background for I don't know, several weeks. And I liked it more than I remembered on the second trip through. I mean, I thought it was good because I stuck with it through the end, which I don't feel like I normally do with a lot of shows. But the big thing that got me with Breaking Bad was I was repeatedly disappointed with payoffs to setups. Was the thing that kind of annoyed me with Breaking Bad, particularly all the stuff that has to do with I think it's season 2 or 3. I think it's season 2 with all the stuff with the airplane crash and like how they keep teasing that without revealing what it is. So that it looks like some major catastrophe that's really personal to the main characters, and then it winds up to be something that's really unrelated to the story. And I was like, that was an annoying letdown when they finally built up to that. There's a few other things. You know, sometimes the show pays off beautifully, but other times it's like, really a letdown. I guess most things are like that. I watched all of MASH and Frasier. Not sure what that says about my taste, Nick says. So MASH I've never gotten into. MASH was just like unbearable to me. Hey, Uncle Muscles, welcome in. I feel like they would play. I feel like the station, like on the weekends, the station, like one of my local TV stations, on the weekends would run a rerun of MASH after Saturday morning cartoons. So like, you know, like when I was a kid, I'd get up in the morning and I watch cartoons all day on Saturday, and then that MASH theme would start to play, and that's just like, oh, the good times are over. I think that's given me like a negative psychological connection to that show without even having watched it. I'm pretty sure my parents watched it. I'm pretty sure that they were into it. I've never given it a try. Never got into Breaking Bad, Derek says. Just didn't hook me. It was alright. Fair enough. I mean, I'm definitely not going to be out here saying, you know, it's the best thing ever and everyone has to watch it. But, and it's maybe a bit, you know, well, it's definitely a bit overhyped, because how could anything that is built up as much as that show is not be? But it is really good. MASH had that I've been up all night and this is all that's on vibe, Uncle Muscle says. Never had interest in MASH either, Derek says. Just didn't see the appeal. I've watched a bit of Frasier. It's kind of like Seinfeld though, where like I've definitely seen. I've seen less of Frasier than I have of Seinfeld, but like I've seen enough to have a general idea of like who all the characters are and what their like personalities are. I couldn't really tell you any like overarching like plots, if there are, to any of the seasons or anything like that, but like I've got a grip on who all the characters are. I've seen enough of it for that. I think Jelly used to watch Frasier pretty regularly. Married with Children is my second favorite sitcom, Derek says. Now that's a show. I could never get into that one. That show never grabbed me. I watched Gilligan's Island before watching MASH. Oh, I used to watch Gilligan's Island in the morning before school. There was a one of the stations started playing reruns of shows like that in the morning, and I would watch them as I was getting ready for school in like middle school. And for a long time, they went through a rotation. For a long time, it was Gilligan's Island, and I think that was the best. I actually bought a couple seasons of that show on DVD at the thrift store a while back. I haven't sat down with them, but I think they'd be fun to watch. So I got that one. I have fond memories of. They would show that. Gomer Pyle too. It was Green Acres for a while. Was what they had on. I guess when they ran out of one, they switched to the other. I don't remember that show as well, though. I know I watched it, and I remember the theme song. I've seen clips of Gilligan's, but never watched it, Derek says. Never seen Green Acres, but I remember it. Yeah, I know I've seen it, but I don't remember it. I've seen a lot of the Andy Griffith Show, yeah. Like some of the old black and white shows, yeah. I've watched a bit of the Andy Griffith Show. Jelly's more versed. Again, Jelly's more versed in some of those like those older sitcoms. Like she grew up watching like I Love Lucy and Bewitched and I Dream of Jeannie, like stuff like that. And I only have the faintest knowledge of any of those shows. Bewitched is funny, but I hated the movie with Will Ferrell. I don't think I've seen that movie. In fact, when you said it, my first instinct, like I didn't even think of the right movie. I was imagining the cover of that movie with Brendan Fraser. What's that? Bedeviled? Bedazzled? It starts with B. Not very original for dinner tonight, Zergling says. Making another big Thai curry. 4 pounds of beef, 1 pound of pork belly. 0 pounds of rabbit food. That's not... This is for several days, right? I don't imagine you're eating 5 pounds of meat in one night. Yeah, it's 3 or 4 meals. Jelly and I have had a long-standing tradition of having tacos on Fridays and Saturdays for the past couple months. We've been having just like box taco, like a box taco kit. Nothing fancy, but we get enough beef and shells to do it for 2 nights in a row. But I'm thinking about how I can adjust this meal to kind of have the same vibe, but skew in a bit of a healthier direction. I don't think that a taco kit's like the worst meal I can make, but I could definitely improve it a bit. So I'm thinking about experimenting with maybe swapping in some ground turkey for the ground beef, or maybe like doing pita pockets instead of shells. I don't really know if that's a substantial swap. I don't know. I haven't given it enough thought yet. Oh no. I Dream of Jeannie's good too. Bedazzled is the movie. Did I see the volcano tonight? I don't think I've seen the volcano tonight. I've seen the waterfall, but I haven't seen the volcano yet. I've been way down here in this... I've been down here in this Phantom Tower for most of the night. I'm not finding my rhythm. Have you considered making your own tortilla from Masa Harina? Welcome in, Buddha Fingers. So no, I've never made those kind of tortillas. I made my own flour tortillas. I really only like homemade flour tortillas. Those like flat, rubbery tortillas in the plastic wrap that you can get from the store. I can't stomach those. I think they have an off smell or something. I've never been able to eat the store-bought flour tortillas. They turn my stomach. But I love a fresh homemade flour tortilla. It's fantastic, but it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work to roll them all out, and it doesn't seem like it should take that long, but it does. Usually when Jelly and I would have, when we'd have a fajita night, where we make everything from scratch and cold ingredients instead of a box kit, then Jelly would work on the tortillas while I work on the fillings. And with that division of labor, it's much more manageable. But Cows, welcome in. Good to have you here, Cows. Welcome back to Jump King. I just can't stop myself from playing Jump King lately, Chaos. I keep lying about what I'm gonna play every night and just end up playing Jump King instead because I'm too catching a glimpse of the ending has really got me hooked. I just can't stop playing it now. It is Jump Timber, yeah. All those times I said, there's no way we're going to play Jump King every night. Well, what do I know? Yeah, masa is corn tortilla. They come together mercifully quick, in my opinion, Buddha says. It might be good to try. It might be good to try. Is there would you say there's a significant, like, calorie or nutritional benefit to making those over the boxed hard shells, though? Or are they essentially the same thing? I mean, I know they're probably, like, texturally, you know, like a much better experience, but just like, so far as nutrition stats, is there a benefit that you know of? October's next month, Halloween, my favorite holiday, and my birthday is October 12th, Derek says. Happy early birthday, Derek. The big 4-0, but don't tell anyone. Oh. Everyone forget what I just said. Strike it from the record. Hope it goes great for you, Derek. I'm catching up. I'm not too far behind 40. Had Wendy's for dinner, nothing fancy. I like to grab a Wendy's burger. I like Wendy's chicken sandwich. I like that spicy chicken sandwich they have. I'll usually grab one of those. Though I like their square burgers too. No. Yeah, I know that they're not. I know they won't be hard shells if I make them for myself. But the hard shells are also made out of like a corn flour. It's just why I thought that they might be fundamentally fairly similar. I have less ingredients. Store-bought flour ones have an off smell to them. I toast them and tolerate them. That might be my problem. Maybe I've because like I don't think I've ever toasted one. I've just bought them and I'm like, oh, I just can't stand the smell, so I never bothered to give it a try. I eat soft tacos. No corn has sugar in it. Carbs turn to sugar anyway. Maybe just lying to myself that soft is better. Yeah, I mean, they're probably all really, really close anyway. Like, I'm sure that there are, like, better and worse options, but we may be splitting hairs in just how much one leans one way or the other. If I'm gonna make them, though, I do turn to masa, and I think it makes a superior taco, Buddha says. Oh, Buddha Fingers, thank you for sharing those pictures of your pizza, by the way. Yeah, that cheese was black as your hat. I would be intimidated. I would be intimidated by cheese that burned. Eldritch Pizza, Cow says. I had spicy chicken tonight, Derek says. Yeah, I like that spicy chicken. I'll grab one of those from time to time. It was just like a burnt bubble. Did brush some of it off. But not getting that cheese again. Yeah, I don't blame you. But yeah, hopefully it wasn't too bad when you salvaged it though. Do you have if I may ask, do you have a big like pizza oven, Buddha Fingers, or are you just doing them in a regular oven? Because as I recall, you have like like an industrial powered walk set up. I thought that I thought that you might have mentioned having a pizza oven before. But I may be confusing someone else's comment. Do you not see the burning pile of wood in the picture? I don't. I remember the two. There was a third picture. I remember the two pictures of the pizza. I don't remember the third picture. I know that she showed a before and after of the pizza. I might have just been too. I might have just been too horrified by that blackened cheese to focus on the other one. So I'm guessing that's a yes. Oh, you have a wood-fired outdoor pizza oven. I thought I remembered you talking about having one. I thought I remembered you saying something about cooking something at 900 degrees once or something. It's very small, though. I'd like it to be larger. It'd be fun. It'd be fun to build something like that in the backyard. I have not achieved any of my ambitions for stuff I want to build into my yard. Mostly I've just been lazy about getting around to it, but I have had additional like excuses of pregnancy and newborn for the past couple years. So I'm not gonna beat up on myself too bad about it, but I do have ambitions of installing. I'd like to build a build like a barbecue pit in my backyard. But we'll see. I've got a little space. I've got a little area where I know I want to install something at some point. Currently, it's got a weather vane back there. I got a weather vane on a pole in my backyard. It doesn't even turn. It's an imitation weather vane. I need to tear it out and put something useful there. Imagine the yard belongs to the dog now. Well, the dog is mostly an indoor dog. Arthur lives in the house with us most of the time. I mean, he goes out, you know, every day, but we don't have like a fence situation, so we have to go out. We have to be out with him when we take him out, and have him either on a leash or a tether. But usually he's hanging out in the living room with us. I've thought frequently about putting an area down here in the basement together for him, so I could bring him down here and let him like hang out nearby in a bed while I'm streaming, but I also don't know if that's gonna mess up with like his sleeping. Because if I'm down here and awake and talking, I don't know that he will. I don't know that he'll doze off like he should. I mean, I guess he naps during the day when we're around, but... Biggest trouble with that, I think, is I keep moving the furniture around, so there's no there's no persistent place for me to make his corner. Oh. No one can describe the crooks, but they can describe the weapon. Frownie's stuck on the blackened cheese. You have any fun plans for Spooktober? I don't know. We usually play some spooky games in October. Right? We'll do something. We used to... Jelly and I used to celebrate Halloween real big. When we lived in Korea, we would throw extravagant Halloween parties. We'd have everyone show up in costume, and we'd have all kinds of food and a little open bar situation, and we'd plan games and give out door prizes and just have a really, we had the biggest Halloween parties. But it's been a long while since we've done something like that. They're usually much tamer now. I like to decorate for Halloween, but I've lost my taste dramatically for like a lot of things that are horror. Out and out horror doesn't often resonate with me. Like I once used to be into the genre. I still like things that are. I still like the things that are spooky. Like I like a good sort of like spooky aesthetic, but Casper is spooky fun. We watched Casper, the '90s Casper movie. We watched that probably every year. We watched that and Hocus Pocus. Those are some. There's a lot of nostalgia with those films. Jelly and I watch those pretty much every year. I'm much more of a cutesy, spooky Halloween enjoyer, Cal says. Yeah. I mean, like my favorite video game, right, is Super Ghouls and Ghosts. It's a horror game, but it's like cartoony horror, right? Like that's kind of how I like my horror vibe. Is about in the like Super Ghouls and Ghosts kind of vein. I do not resonate with like horror that is nihilistic and vicarious misery. Is Halloween too early to watch Scrooged? I mean, that movie's pretty spooky, so I'd say go right ahead. Hocus Pocus is good. Hocus Pocus 2 is a pass from me, Derek says. Yeah, I haven't seen the second one. I don't really know. I don't really know either way. I generally don't have much interest in these like really late legacy sequels, reboot sequels. They don't, I don't know, I don't seem to feel any desire to invest my time in them. I'm happy with the originals. Enjoyed part 2, but 1 wasn't something I grew up with, Cal says. It's okay, but forgettable, Derek says. Are you gonna dress up Baby Man for his first Halloween? Well, his first Halloween was last year. He was born on October 3rd, so this will actually be a second Halloween. And I don't know. I imagine Jelly's got some kind of costume to put him in. Jelly is chief of the Baby Man wardrobe department, pretty much. Jelly got a little annoyed at me one time when we were going around the yard sales and she was picking out baby clothes, and she was like, you know, you could pick out some clothes too. And I was like, well, the thing is, the only criteria I care about is does it fit? I said, I'm fine to pick out clothes, but I don't know if you're gonna care for anything I pick out because all I care about is does it fit? Like if you put me in charge of his wardrobe, all he's gonna be wearing is just solid color onesies, just plain solid color onesies every day. I was like, when's the last time you saw me wear a t-shirt with a design on it, Jelly? And she thought for a moment. She said, I guess probably in college when I gave you something as a gift. Hey, Soda Wave, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Welcome to Jump King. We're celebrating Jump Timber, where I play Jump King every day. That's kind of a half-truth. My bot's not working. Why is my bot not working? That's kind of a half-truth. I wasn't supposed to play Jump King every day for September, but I had one really good night with it, and now I have ended up playing it every night. I had different stuff on the schedule, and then I keep canceling it just to play more Jump King. So who knows what's going on. I'm supposed to be playing things like Winnie the Pooh and Bart versus the World. Hope you had a good stream tonight, Soda. And very much appreciate you coming by. Welcome in all raiders as well. Sometimes it feels like movie sequels ruin the ending of the first movie. Yeah. That can definitely happen. That's the thing that makes Alien 3 so bad, right? It ruins it ruins Aliens. As someone with a long torso, does it fit is the biggest thing, Nick says. Yeah, I can relate to that. And Baby Man's in that category too. He's really long for his age, apparently. The doctor, whenever we go into a checkup, the doctor gives us shows us where he's plotted on a percentile chart, and he's really long and lean. If you don't finish it in Jump Timber, you can pencil it back in during Christmas as the 10 Lords a-leaping. Oh, if I don't finish it in Jump Timber, I'm probably going to be so sad I won't play it for another year. Joe Dirt 2 was bad. Didn't even waste my time, Derek says. I don't even think I knew that movie existed. But yeah, Jelly likes to pick out things for Baby Man that have cute designs or sayings on the front, and I'm all for it, but it's just, I don't need to go out of my way to select those kind of things because I have a very Spartan approach to my wardrobe. All my clothes are solid color, they're very simple. I've got most of them are the same thing. If I find a shirt that fits, I don't buy new clothes all that often, but when I do, if I find a shirt that fits, I'm great, I'll get 3 of it in every color available, and then I don't have to buy anything again for another decade. So I can essentially wear, kind of the same thing every day, like a cartoon character. I wear all my red shirts, and I wear all my blue shirts, and I wear all my gray shirts, and just run the cycle. Festive clothing is important. Just look at your hat collection. All right. All right. Well, I should tell Jelly that she can put me on baby man hat duties because yes, I do enjoy collecting novelty hats. A losses, welcome in. Did you not pay $50 for the grappling hook DLC? Oh. I apparently paid for the no checkpoints DLC. Had features removed from my copy of the game. I'm getting quite good at these levels. I do okay sometimes. I've cleared, you know, now that I've cleared each of these screens, like, literally hundreds of times. Some of it's sinking in a bit. I don't think Joe Dirt 2 knows it exists, Derek says. I did think it would be fun to do like sort of like an advent calendar like gimmick for the for Christmas on the stream. I don't know what I would fill it with, but I did think I was trying to think of a good like gimmick for like to like play off of like advent calendar. Oh, you know what? You know what I was thinking about doing? I don't know if I said this on the stream or not. I was thinking about putting together a lineup of like 24 games that have the word adventure in the title for adventure leading up to Christmas. That's what I was gonna do. I was gonna find a bunch of games with adventure in the title. That should be plenty easy to do. I like it. Oh, that's a good one, Cal says. The trouble is, like, I get a lineup of 24 games, and then I don't beat any of them on the first night, and then I've got this nightmare situation of simultaneously running all these different games because I can't sample anything. Then my schedule will be booked solid for the next 4 years. Could do the 10 days. 5 golden rings is obviously Sonic. Calamitous. It's about time travel? I would not have predicted that. One of the things about time travel that gets me, and I'm sure it's been addressed, but I don't recall ever having seen it addressed, is that so many time travel stories, the thing is, for time travel stories to work, a lot of times you have to assume like a flat fixed Earth. Because like here's the thing, because if your time machine takes you forward or backward in time, but space around you continues to move, then like you're gonna take your time voyage, and then you're just gonna be floating out somewhere in the empty vacuum of space wherever you come to a stop, because the rest of the universe has moved on without you. On the first day of Jankmas my Commodore 64 gave to me. Don't think too hard about that. It's a time machine. It doesn't deal with space at all. I know I'm ruining the fun. I mean, some time machines do move through space as well as time, right? Like the DeLorean. So, I'm thinking like the classic, like the H.G. Wells time machine, or like the Primer time machine. Although the Primer time machine is really, I don't. The Primer's so hard to understand anyway. um, I like Groundhog Day, where it just don't even need a machine. It's just the time travel just happens by magic. You don't have to worry about anything. What? You know who had a time machine? The Terminator is Joe Dirt Sarah Connor, Buddhafinger says. That was a, I'm still not sure if I followed the logic of that completely. Oh, we're close to the babe. Yeah, I think I've seen the ending. I've seen what looks to be the top I've seen what appears to be the top with the babe standing up there. So this volcano area looks like the last area of the game. The only type of time travel that works is going fast enough that time slows down for you, which is also why you can never go faster than the speed of light. You either need infinite energy or time. No, Superman turned back time once. That's true. I love the logic of that. When Superman flies around the world to reverse time by spinning it backward, like it's it's such an incredibly it's an idea. It's so smart and so dumb at the same time. I really like it. Uh I like to think it feels almost like the kind of thing that like I would like to think I would be able to come up with that kind of idea. I guess you've got to watch it now, Derek. They've got you hooked. You shouldn't have looked into it. Now you have to know. This is the highest we've been tonight. Let's see how long it lasts for. Oh, I was actually on... I can't believe that caught. In case no one could tell, this part is tough. Getting these jumps the right height. Oh my goodness, it's brutal. No, I missed. Oh no. Great try. Thank you, losses. We have been higher than that before. I have been higher than that. I've been one screen above. The ending is one screen above, it looks like. So far as I can tell. I've been up to the screen we were on just now. I've been one screen above that once, and I've been onto that screen 2 or 3 times now. So it's the game that never ends. Welcome in, Fuzzy Boots. It's brutal, this game. This game is mean. Oh. No. All this talk about time travel, now I have shares. If I could turn back time stuck in my head. I'm gonna be hearing that song in my brain for the rest of the night. Oh, why? My mom was a big fan of Cher, so I heard a lot of her music. If I could find a way. No. We're okay. This game is definitely a torture device. Maybe her song was about time travel. I mean, it definitely was. Explicitly so. Or at least the longing for it. This is not the screen I was expecting to be on. I misremembered their order. Oh no. Yeah, I messed that up. Did it really have to send me all the way down to the bottom of the area? Was that necessary? No, but this game is sadistic like that. All too true. At 10 screens, 20 screens, what's the difference anymore? Afternoon board jams. Hope you are doing well. It's not that bad when he gets on a roll. Yeah, sometimes it's kind of strange. Like sometimes I just do really well for really long stretches, and sometimes I really don't. This area up here is tough because it makes me so nervous. The pulse pounding music, and like now like the knowledge that like I know I'm really near the top. It's pretty tough. It's pretty tough to deal with the nerves, I gotta say. I know that's like the point. Jiminy Willikers. At least you're generally isolated from the left side. Oh, I've fallen down that left side a few times tonight, though. It's definitely possible. I've been back down. I've been back down there to the Phantom Tower like 3 or 4 times already tonight, I think. I've managed to climb back up, but I don't know. I went all the way down to the bog last night, so I've seen the whole map recently. Might go down there again tonight. We'll see. Hitting the bog now is crushing. I did just last night, and yeah, my spirits were pretty low. I was feeling pretty bad. I was only stuck. It only took me about a half an hour to get back up to the House of 9 Lives, where all the cats live, but it felt longer. This is the theme to when Frownie fights Mr. Burns in Jump King. I want to play that game. I want to play more of Bart versus the World. I do. We'll probably do that on Sunday. If we do a Sunday stream, we'll probably do Bart versus the World. For real, and not like where I promise that and then I do Jump King instead. Unless I do Jump King instead. We'll see. I couldn't even finish the thought before I went back on it. There's so many great games you could play if not for Jump King. I know, I could be playing Evil Knievel right now. I thought I was going to hit my head on that little overhang there. Not even a good attempt. Not even a good attempt. If only they had a Bart skin for Jump King. Well, I mean, hang on. I can give myself the spiky head. It's virtually identical now, right? Hey, EpiPen, welcome in. This isn't Jump King. Look more closely. I think I fooled you. The spiky top of my character's head makes it look like I'm playing The Simpsons. But if you pay very close attention, you'll see it actually is Jump King. Got one. Yeah, Fall King. It's Faceplant King. That was a much more merciful miss than I was expecting. You know, one of the first video games I ever played was a game called Jumpman Jr. on the Commodore 64, and it's interesting that, like, the first game I ever played and the last game I ever played are both about Jumpman. Because I think I'm going to be working on this until I die. my life has come full circle. I'm laughing, but there are tears in my eyes. Why? Why can't I just clear that last area? I've climbed up there so many times and I just can't get any better at it. Such is the Jump King way. If I could turn back time. I want to be at home streaming Jump King when Baby Man graduates from high school. The Sims 4 had 90 DLC packs. Oh, can you imagine if I had 90 maps to clear in this game? Oh, cool. Back down to the Phantom Tower, eh? Next stop, the bog. I got a little lucky with that jump. I probably should have missed. So there is a Jump King too. I don't know if it's out or if it's just a demo. It doesn't look good. It was kind of a tricky thing where, like, I wanted to take a peek at it because, like, I didn't want to spoil anything from it, but I wanted to take a little bit of a peek at it because I'd read or heard that it was gonna be significantly different, and it looks like it's Jump King in name only. I can't even really figure out what kind of thing it is. It looks like a game that's set in the world of Jump King, but it's a completely different play style. Like it's not a platformer. So I don't know what's going on with it. It looks uninteresting to me though, from what little I've looked at. I think it's called Jump King Quest. To my mind, the natural follow-up to Jump King was to just release a sequel that's more maps with more interesting stage hazards, and make it Jump Queen. Jump Kangaroo. Crawl Baby. Jump King and Crawl Baby. Yeah, I did think the next generation was also definitely a possibility. I just would have assumed we would have skipped a little further along in the timeline. Jump King the Second. all too far. Have there ever been any video games? Have there ever been any video games based on Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood? Like, we got Sesame Street games, we got Winnie the Pooh games. I don't think I've ever seen a Mr. Rogers game. There should have been, Cows says. Is Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood owned by Disney as well now? It seems like they own everything else. Do they have the rights to that too? This is like watching someone struggle to swallow a giant spoonful of peanut butter. Pretty sure there's been a Daniel Tiger game, which is a spin-off of Mr. Rogers. Oh yeah, I've always forget that Daniel Tiger was a citizen of the land of make-believe. I don't think there are any, I don't think there have ever been any Fraggle Rock video games, unfortunately. Either, because I would happily play one of those. There's a Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood board game. Just mod that into Tabletop Simulator. I don't know. I think I've had enough Mario Party clones. I disagree. I don't think I overshot that jump. I think the game is lying. Play Red Dead Redemption online and ask people, won't you be my neighbor? I played Red Dead Redemption for like 2 hours, and I feel like I spent all of my time trying to shoot down a bird. I think is the only thing I tried to do in the game. Sparrow, welcome in. Hope you're well tonight, my friend. Welcome to Jump King. If you got any good luck, I'd really like to borrow it, Sparrow. Mine's running thinner than I'd hope. Take it all. So there's not much. I couldn't do that to you. I'd offer mine, but all I have is bad luck, Zergling says. I can relate. I'm gonna play Hollow Knight now, and then the sequel, since it actually came out, Derek says. Hollow Knight is really good. I like Hollow Knight a lot. Had a lot of fun with that game. It's really tough, but very rewarding. I will probably play the sequel eventually, but I'm in no rush to do it. It'll probably be a few years from now before I play it. Everyone else you got plenty of time to finish the game before you have to worry about me spoiling any of it. Like I said the other night, I think everyone will be sick and tired of it by the time I get around to it. Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things I like about it is it's a proper Metroid style game. And it's got very well designed and tricky combat. This game does look brutal. It is devastating. I'm actually doing worse. I'm actually doing worse at this volcano area. I'm not getting better, I am regressing. Because I'm missing more of the jumps, and the jumps I'm making, I'm like just barely making them. Golfing over it? Gives me similar vibes. Golfing over it? You think you mean getting over it? Unless there's a second one. Golfing, you're a ball. Oh, interesting. There is another one. I thought for sure that had to be like a text-to-speech error or something. Well, I wonder if that game's available on the Switch. Maybe I can put it on my to-do list. Started my first playthrough of Beyond Good and Evil. It's a really cool game. I've heard of that game. I don't really know much of anything about it, though. I know I've heard the title. Did I read that comment before? Jump King has feet, a ball does not. Yeah, if it has golf mechanics in it. I don't know. I haven't gravitated toward a lot of golf games. I played a little bit of that one, What the Golf? That game is pretty cool. Yeah, putt-putt mechanics. Yep. No Switch release? I played that one back on the original Xbox board, Jim says, Beyond Good and Evil. It'd be one thing if I kept falling down here, but I was doing better each time, but I'm just doing worse and worse. So I'm falling down here after attempts that don't even go anywhere. To climb up only for another attempt that doesn't go anywhere. It's pretty rough. Not feeling very good right now. Was feeling much better about 2 hours ago. Now feeling pretty bad. Yeah, this seems like about the time when I fall down to the Phantom Tower. Yeah. That's definitely coming. I'm missing way too many easy jumps to stay up here at this point. We're doomed. We're doomed, my friends. Twice. Where do our trying to follow the thrust of that comment? I reached my max. Too sleepy. I'll see you next time. It's been fun. Good luck, Frownie. Great having you back, Nick. Thank you for being here tonight. I hope you sleep well, and hopefully we'll see you again soon. Should be streaming tomorrow night if everything goes according to plan. And guess what? It's actually Jump King on the schedule. I don't have to cancel a different game. So, disappointment is guaranteed. My boy's been playing Jump King for over 120 hours. The shame. I mean, the thing about that is, like, my parents would be like, what's a Jump King? Is he Pikachu's friend? I'm pretty sure he is Pikachu's friend. It was funnier when I read it than when I said it. Yeah, that's what I want. Let's get Jump King in Smash Bros. He's got such a robust array of attacks. He'd make for a great character. My productivity at work almost tripled when you started playing this again, as expected. Glad I can be of service. The website for E3 was just reactivated? Wonder if that means anything. I think the last time I paid attention to anything that came out of E3 was like way back around the early GameCube days. Hope it means something there, Board Jam says. Guess we'll see. Come on. That is not right. I know what it takes to make that jump. Hey, Chozo Brain, welcome in. Good to have you here. I presume you are enjoying Silk Song? I have not bought Silk Song yet. I'm gonna buy it on sale. I don't really need it until all the DLC and everything comes out for it and it's fully complete. Then I'll look at picking it up as an all-in-one bundle. We'll play it later on, just bought it. $20, insane price. Yeah, it definitely sounds like a great deal. I don't think $20 is too much to pay. My point about buying it on sale was mostly a joke about just how I'm waiting to buy it. Because I'm not going to play it for a long time anyway. I don't know that it was much of a joke. But I was not meaning to imply it's overpriced. Well, told you it was going to happen. I was just a little bit wrong about how soon. But here we go. It's called Excuses Chess. I'm a grand master of that one. It's the cost of a burger and fries where I live, Chozo says, at a nice place. Yeah, about $20, give or take, is usually what I expect to pay per meal, per plate. Going out somewhere. Thank you for the 3-stream watch streak, Chozo. No, you missed one a little while back, but I appreciate you building back up. Oh. I don't care if people wait for sales, just expecting a $50 price tag. Yeah, I guess, I suppose, yeah, that does sound more like what I probably would have expected too. Because, like, I mean, Hollow Knight is like a proper full-sized game, right? Was the DLC stuff for Hollow Knight, was that free or was it paid? Do you know or remember? When they released DLC, did everyone get it or did you have to pay extra for it? All the DLC was free? Wild. That's really great. Because, yeah, like, Hollow Knight has got, like, at least as much content as something like, you know, like Super Mario Wonder, right? So I imagine Silksong would have the same, like a proper, like, full-size, like, game. And you're paying, like, less than a third of the price. It's pretty wild. I liked Mario Wonder a lot. I had a lot of fun with that game, but I think it's pretty fair to say that it was kind of light on content. Oh no. Why am I so bad? Uh, 184,000 jumps. 184,000 jumps. So many. It's like I'm trying to stress test the A button on my controller. Hey, Conqueror Worm, welcome in. No, I didn't beat it. I changed my hat because we were making a joke earlier. This is the crown I got for beating the main quest. I've had it in my inventory for a while, and I just swapped it out earlier. What about eBay? Believe you me, if I beat this map, you won't catch me playing this again. Although I do think I said that I would play Jump King again. I think I did say I would play Jump King again if someone wanted to donate a PlayStation 4 or PlayStation 5 to the stream. That I would play Jump King to get all the trophies, and the donator would be permabanned. I think that's what I said. They could donate anonymously, don't you dare. Let's not put any ideas out there. I looked at those. I looked a little bit at those trophies. They're pretty brutal. You have to beat the map with like fewer than like 10 falls or something like that. 10 or 15. It's not. I don't think you have to run the map flawlessly, but the number of falls you're allowed is like crazy small. This is definitely not happening. I just can't get any better. I can't do anything worthwhile. It hurts. It hurts to fall in the same place the same way every single time, over and over and over again. Or earlier. It'd be one thing if I were getting like a jump higher every time before I fell. Like, I could take it, but I never get a jump higher. I just fall from the same spot or earlier. I don't think I can do it. If I ever completely beat Jump King, I'll get a tattoo of the character. I think there was a point where I think there was one night where I said if I beat the game tonight, I'll get a tattoo of Jump King on my face. I think I said that. But I don't think I beat it that night. I wouldn't be violently opposed to like if I were going to get a video game related tattoo. Jump King wouldn't be a bad one though. I wouldn't be violently opposed to it. This game does mean a lot to me. Oh, and I'm not 100% sure about my correction to you there, because I could be confusing my memory of the quote with another night. I may very well have said that about a different game. All the VODs are on YouTube, so we could scrub through and find it. You know, it's only 220 hours of footage to look through. Wouldn't take that long. Easy peasy. Actually, if you subscribe to if you use the premium YouTube, you might be able to use the AI chatbot to just open every video and ask, does the streamer talk about tattoos? I don't know. The last few times that I've tried to interact with that chatbot, it just keeps saying something went wrong whenever I ask questions about the videos. I open my own videos on YouTube sometimes, and I ask the chatbot questions about my VOD because I'm just curious about how it interprets certain things, or if I'm trying to find a particular part of something from a long time ago. I have tried to do that, but it tends to only respond to the prompted questions lately. The last several times I tried to use it, if I type in my own question, it just says something went wrong. So I don't know what's up with that. I thought I messed up that jump. You can be the Post Malone of Jump King. Very consistent with the tower with the invisible blocks. I did pretty well at it. I've done pretty well at it tonight. I'm really hesitant to declare myself like super consistent with any area because I feel like I'm gonna bring bad luck if I brag too much, but I've made it through that a few times tonight. As I think you're right, but for the sake of not jinxing myself, I'm hesitant to agree. uh What if bragging is exactly what you need to do to collapse the equation for the universe or you beat the game? Then we may be in bigger trouble than I have ever previously suspected. Schrodinger's brag. Uh, my sister is into tattoos. Um, it's kind of a more recent thing. Well, last several years. Um, hasn't been like decades, but it's been several years that she's been started to collect tattoos. Her name is the same as a plant. And so her project is that she gets different tattoo artists to do a rendition of the plant that she's named after in their own style. So they're all the same thing, but they're all different. That's cute, Cow says. Pretty cool idea. I don't know how many she's up to so far. So, I mean, she's not like completely riddled with tattoos yet or anything, but she's got like I don't know, like 3 or 4, and I think plans for more. Actually, technically, I do have a tattoo on the palm of my hand. I've got a spot where I've got a spot where the tip of a needlepoint pen stabbed the palm of my hand, and it's been permanently marked. The ink is like in my skin. So I have a single dot tattooed on one palm. For real and truly. Woohoo, accidental tattoo gang. Oh, are you part of that club too, Cows? I wish I had a better story for it, but I just accidentally poked myself in the hand when I fell out of bed one day. I don't even know how it happened. Skinned my knee badly on the blacktop in elementary school. I've had zebra stripes tattooed on my knee since. Oh, I didn't even think about, like, something other than ink causing it. And the sound when you bounce off a wall or something is very PC speakery. Thought I was gonna miss 2 of those jumps there. I got lucky twice, I don't know how. Because I probably deserve to miss them both. Thank you very much for being here with me, my friends. Everyone who has the patience to endure watching me fail at this game for so long. It's very kind of you to keep me company. Oh. Because it's gotta be maddening. It's gotta be maddening putting up with this. It's tough. Like, it's tough enough being in the driver's seat. Like, the secondhand frustration has gotta be out of this world, right? Because you gotta be frustrated at the game and me at the same time. It's literally the only sound that has that vibe. The rest are kind of SNES-like. I would like to see this game. I would like to see this game demade for the Atari 2600, because it's a one-button game. You could do it. You could probably even carry over most of the sound effects, right? The music would have to go, and, you know, it'd look real bad, but the concept is simple enough. I think it's possible. Let's see your Brita water filter do this. I drink a lot of water, but I tend to use bottled water, which I know isn't the best thing, but it'd probably be a good idea to get one of those water filters, but I've had the like filtering jug before in the past, and just didn't find it as convenient as I'd like. We've tried the on the tap filters too. We had one of those for a long time as well, but it's so bulky and annoying to do your dishes around. A filter on the tap, someone comes and replaces it once a year. Wow, that's a long-lasting filter. We have well water in our house. We don't have like government water. We're off the grid. We're off the water grid. So, like, we should be filtering our water if we're gonna drink it. Really, I only use the tap water if we're boiling it. Like, I use the tap water for my coffee, because I'm like, well, I'm gonna boil it, and it's gonna go through a coffee filter. And yeah, coffee filter's not like a water filter, but I'm like, yeah, it's good enough. I think our well water is fine. We haven't had any problems with it, but you never know when, like, I don't know, something could shift in the earth and I guess, and it becomes a problem unknown to me. But for most of our water, we just buy bottled water. For most of our water we consume, we just use bottled water. In fact, I think coffee is the only thing we use the tap for, because we used to like boil noodles and rice in the tap water, but we don't do that anymore. Yeah, like you can buy test kits, or you can have a professional come and test it every so often. We haven't done that in a while, though. I don't remember when the last time we had it professionally tested was. It's called a watershed. It's a massive charcoal filter with some other bells and whistles. Well water scares me. Isn't it potentially dangerous? Oh, yeah. So, yeah, it could be, but I mean, there are places in town where the water comes out of the tap like a very noticeable brown color. So that are not on a well system. So, I mean, water can be dangerous anywhere. We have rainwater, which catches out of the gutters of your house. It's only ever intended for watering plants and things like that. Yeah. I know people catch water like that for their gardening. I think generally speaking, you're not supposed to drink directly from your gutters. It's probably a bad idea. I'd like to take this opportunity to remind everyone the Agent Frownie stream is for entertainment purposes only and is not to be considered a reliable source of information for medical or health and safety advice. Rain collectors are literally... Yeah, I know that the rain collectors collect from the gutter. But that's why I was saying... That's why we were saying it's probably not a good idea to drink the collected rainwater. At least not, untreated. You could probably do something to it to make it drinkable. You poured yourself a glass and drink it through like one of those life straws or whatever they're called. Or like, like emergency water purifying. Might be okay. I guess it depends on what's living in your gutter. I'm imagining an old school well with the bucket and the rope. Well, yeah. No, we're not drinking out of a well with a bucket and a rope. Or like an iron pump that you that you go out and crank every morning. It's like a fully automated whole system or whatever. There's like a mechanical pump and a tank and like everything. I don't even have gutters, Cow says. We don't have gutters all the way around our house. We've got them just over the garage. There's no gutter around most of our house. There's like these like rock beds instead that I think that do the same job of like dissipating the water so it gets away from our foundation. Doesn't rain much out here, that makes sense. No collecting sky water for my plants for me. Yeah, and that's another thing. I mean, we get a lot of snow. I don't know how much actual rain we get. Like, I mean, we definitely get some, but I don't think it's abnormally low. But I don't know that it's abnormally high either. Maybe that's why we don't have gutters. Maybe it's because maybe the snow would tear them down if we had them. Like the weight of it, I don't know. I guess it doesn't tear it down in the one place we do have it, so that's probably not true. Come up here and do no better than I ever do. That seems to be what I'm made for tonight. don't know if that's sarcasm or if you're legitimately now lost in an information rabbit hole, Sparrow. The, like, necessity and requiredness of gutters probably varies pretty wildly depending on where you live in the States. So it could be very well be that, you know, one state requires every building to have like a particular setup and the next state over doesn't. So it's, you know, blanket rules like that can be kind of tricky sometimes. Well, it's not really about, I don't think it's really about how violent your weather is. It's just like, it's how much rainfall you get, I think. If the weather gets violent enough, it's just going to tear the gutters off of your house anyway. It definitely looks possible, and from what you've seen in parts of Texas. Kind of weather's almost unheard of here. Yeah, I got to experience some pretty nasty Texas weather once upon a time. We were talking about it earlier tonight. I was there when Hurricane Harvey flooded Houston, and it was a pretty miserable experience all around. I don't feel a need to ever live through that particular kind of weather again. Floods are yucky. Oh me, oh my. 3 hours. This game has eaten 3 hours of my life tonight, and I have gained no progress and no skill. I haven't even tied my PB once. Just running in an endless circle. The irony, I had planned on playing a hamster game tonight, and then I canceled it for Jump King, and I ended up running circles on a hamster wheel anyway. Fated to be a hamster. I live in the hills, Sparrow says, so flooding should be unlikely, but there's been isolated incidents due to blocked drains. I grew up kind of near the Ohio River, so during my childhood there were mild threats of flooding. We were far enough away that it was pretty unlikely to affect us directly, but every now and then there would be an incident where once every few years there'd be a little bit of a cause for concern. But nothing ever really happened. And we were also near the New Madrid fault line, so like there was also the thought of I mean, there still is like the thought that one day there's going to be a real big earthquake along that fault, probably, and that's going to be not fun for whoever's in the area when that comes to pass. We'd have little earthquakes every now and then, but very mild. More just like a curiosity than a threat. Nothing, no damage of any kind from them, ever. When September is over, you can be happy again, Chozo says. I mean, if we could beat this game tonight, I could be happy earlier. Wouldn't that be nicer? That'd be a bit of worry. I think I was most scared of tornadoes growing up. Tornadoes were the most serious threat in the area we lived in when I was growing up. We get tornado scares up here too. Maybe 3 times a year we'll have a tornado scare. So far, so good. Earthquakes are just a little message, just a little massage from the ground, Cal says. We get drought once every 20 years or so where I live, Chozo says. Definitely no good if you like rely on the land, or if it comes with a threat of fire. A drought. Speaking from a position of inexperience, though, I'm a less that concept seems less scary to me than, you know, some of the weather you can have, floods and hurricanes and such. Not to minimize it, but to, you know, display my ignorance. Oh, seemed like I was gonna overshoot that one. This should theoretically like be easy to learn because it's just like, just watch like when Jump King like you start to charge when you hit the sand, and then just watch when he hits a certain level of the sand, he'll be at a certain number of charge. So you should be able to learn a pattern that works, but it doesn't work that way because I think I'm jumping from the same depth of the sand and then I get different results. So I'm sure it's supposed to work that way, and probably it does if you're a competent player, but I am actively thinking about that strategy of using my depth to measure my charge to get consistent jumps, but I don't get consistent jumps. Because I have skill issues. That seems to be an area that it should be very easy to get better at, and instead I just get worse and worse as time goes on. I lucked my way to the top, and now I just can't even come close. I can't even come close. Again. Tornadoes are scary. I've lived in plenty of different natural disaster having areas, and tornadoes are the only ones that legitimately scared me, Cal says. Had some serious bushfires, and we didn't get rain that far back over summer. Very close by. Yeah, that's you know, uncontrollable wildfires, like burning down your whole neighborhood is a pretty terrifying thought, and I know that comes along with drought, right? So there is definitely something to be scared of there. The moral of the story, if we've learned nothing else, is that there is no natural disaster that is more terrifying than Jump King, though. The unnatural disaster that is Jump King. Truly. Oh. Be a good title for an album, Unnatural Disasters. This music would play on my head if I choked on food. Oh no, we're facing a medical emergency. Yeah, I'm gonna hear that music. hear that music in my mind. Maybe I'll finally drown out Cher. Yep, yeah. We get alerts on our phones when there's tornadoes in the area. Sparrow, you're right. There's also there's also a system of big loud sirens that they set off. So, like, you don't even need a phone because there's just a loud siren that will blare outside, and you can hear it indoors too. All around. I assume there must be many of them. I don't really know how the siren system works. I assume there must be many of them planted all about for the sound to reach us, but it does. Oh, yep. Yeah, cows has got it right there. They set off the sirens. I think they set off the sirens when a tornado has been seen to touch down somewhere. I'm not exactly sure. I think the sirens are for, like, they're not just for, like, forecast of tornado, but I think that there's when there's actual touchdown, then they set off the sirens. But you probably have to fact check me on that. It might be just for funnel formation, like they might set it off if there's just a funnel in the sky, but I'm not sure. Your area sirens, you think were for fires, Sparrow says? Oh yeah, the siren warns you of danger, but not from where or for how long. Well, I mean, it's sort of a remnant of earlier days. I don't think that we should stop using it, though, because, you know, it's better than nothing. If you, for some reason, don't have a phone or electricity near you, a siren's better than nothing. And it's so stylish, Cal says. And talking to Jelly, talking about having no internet or electricity near you. And talking about Jelly, and talking with Jelly about having one night of the week where we unplug everything. To get into the habit of having just one night every week where we turn off all our phones and internet and TV and everything. So no electricity one night of the week, I think is be a good idea. But we've yet to make practical steps for implementing it. Going ultra retro, exactly. Books and board games only. When I say no electricity, I mean, we're not going to turn off our heater or our lights or anything, but no electronic entertainment. No screens for entertainment. Right, still have to turn your phone on to set an alarm clock for the morning. I mean, I guess we could have an alarm just for that day, but I mean, I don't know. I guess if you're using it one day a week, it's worthwhile. I was gonna say it seems silly to have a device that you use so rarely, but I guess once a week isn't all that rare. Wish I could do that, Sparrow says. Turn that Atari off. It'll scramble your brain. Find a fun themed alarm clock from the thrift store. So I love like a good wind-up clock. I love a old-fashioned wind-up alarm clock, but I can't have any clocks in the house that tick. Jelly is like Captain Hook. She's super stressed out by the sound of a ticking clock. I had a phase of automatic and manual wind wristwatches, Sparrow says. Even a battery-powered analog clock I can't really have, unless it's completely silent. I have about 10 Seikos now, and they still serve me very well. I remember you were really into watches for a bit. I don't know if that's still going strong or if it's died down a bit, but I do remember you getting into the high quality watch world. That was the one. You're getting these I don't know the brands, but you had a few premium watches, and I think you got a smartwatch too. I never wear a watch. I used to carry a pocket watch for a while. I liked having a pocket watch on me at work. Rather than carrying my phone around. But I haven't been in that habit for ages and ages now. Just got to the point where I have enough, and the next step is astronomically expensive. $1,000 is enough for a watch that will get bumped and scratched. That's my upper limit. I don't know. I think my guitars. I got a couple of guitars that cost close to that. I love the 808 cowbell. I think one of my acoustic guitars that I have used to be my dad's, and I think he paid around $1,000 for it. But since I didn't buy it, I'm not exactly sure. And I have an electric guitar that I paid just under $1,000 for, and it's a shame because I could have got it for about $600 if I had bought it when I first came across it, but then I waited for years, and it got more expensive. The one that I wanted because it's a specific limited run model. I should have bought it when I first saw it, but I was like, I don't need this right now. And then I decided to get it years later, and the price had gone way up. I'll inherit Vinny bass guitars eventually, hopefully much later than sooner. I have 2 bass guitars, even though I can't play the bass. I thought I'd learn at some point, because I think a lot of guitarists think, oh, I play the guitar, how hard could it be to learn the bass? But, I mean, you do play them very differently. I learned a few songs, but I didn't stick with it long enough to gain any real skill. When you play the guitar, you usually end up owning a few of them. And the thing is, you really don't need that many. The thing about guitar is that, like, really the only number of guitars that you need is just one more. That's the perfect number of guitars to have, is just one more. My dad has seemingly had to give it up in the past, in the last year. Arthritis is making it too painful. I'm very sorry to hear that, Sparrow. That's, that's pretty devastating. Trying to encourage him to take something for it, even if it'll help temporarily. He tends to avoid painkillers. I definitely don't avoid painkillers, but I don't know. I do try to avoid taking any unnecessary medicine. I've got to be feeling really bad before I feel like it's worthwhile to take something. I don't know much about, like, arthritis and treatments for it and that kind of stuff. I had arthritis pain all the time. That might qualify as pretty bad enough that I would have a lot more painkillers in my life. But I try not to take a lot of medicine and to try to take very low doses when I do, just so I can get by with, like, the minimums. And I'm not really, like, scared of it. It's just that I want to use it when I need it, and not when I don't. You're thinking cortisone injections? He's very opposed to it. Yeah, I heard someone talking about those injections, getting some of those injections recently, and they said that they wish they'd done it a long time ago, that it worked really well. But I think their problem was hip pain, that person I was talking with, or knee pain. It wasn't like arthritis in the hands. Maybe I can say that to him. Well, I mean, I don't know how persuasive a half-remembered third-hand anecdote would be. I know of one person who says that it worked well, but your mileage may vary. Coming up here used to, like, fill me with, like, a secret hope and anticipation, and now coming up there just fills me with annoyance because I know I'm gonna blunder an easy jump and then just have to climb all the way back up again, and it's all gonna be for nothing. I don't even feel good about seeing the volcano anymore. I used to, I always want to play it cool and not give away too much, but I used to feel good when I made it up there, and now I feel no happy emotions. Master Tuesday, welcome in. Happy Tuesday. If I keep refreshing, Frownie will teleport to the end. Oh, please, Tuesday, help me out. It's just the feeling on my part. Like he's choosing to give up, and that bothers me, Sparrow says. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I can relate to that. I've got family in a situation where where that seems to be the attitude. And yeah, I mean, there's really nothing you can do. Especially if you're dealing with, older family members. In my experience, very few people ever think that they could possibly have anything to learn from a person whose diapers they once changed. Sometimes persistent patience and encouragement works. After nearly 15 years of my gentle nagging, my mom finally got her hip replaced. Hey, well, there you go. And I guess, like, my advice wouldn't be, I guess my advice could, my comments could be read as a suggestion to give up. And that's not really what I was angling for. But to have these to have the serenity to accept that other people's decisions are out of our control. There's only so much you can do. You have to make peace with that. Yeah, and that's what I was just more angling for. Is like, yeah, you just want to have peace with it either way. Oh, bother. devastation strikes again. Sometimes just hearing others that are strange to that sort of thing can help a bit, I guess. It's all because you want them to be happy. How does that prayer go? We need the courage to change what we can, the serenity to accept what we can't, and the wisdom to know the difference. I need more serenity. I have so much. This game gives me so much turmoil. Whoa, I almost jumped the wrong direction. I was holding the wrong direction on the D-pad for that jump until the very last second. I don't know what misfired in my mind. That was almost really bad. over and over again. Oh no, that takes me all the way down there. I've never fallen this far from missing that jump. I have missed that jump hundreds of times. That jump has never sent me this far down. That is bogus. Well, I haven't been down here in a while. Hey, Mile High Road, good to see you. Yeah, F's indeed. Uh, where was I going? There's no reason to jump on that one. Let's see if there's a low ceiling over it. I'm having problems. I'm having problems. I'm having a lot of I'm being swept up in a lot of brain fog here. So recently my email has, I've noticed my email has started doing this thing where like when I order a package off Amazon, I guess Google is like reading my email, or the accounts are connected in some way, I don't know, but like when I have like a delivery coming from Amazon, uh in my mailbox, Google will alert me. It'll say like arriving. It'll put a little flag up at the top. It'll say arriving tomorrow and tell me about like what item I ordered a while back is like supposed to show up the next day. And all right, like I don't really mind getting that warning. I don't really know what mechanism is causing it to happen. But like that's fine, except it will tell me that at the stroke of midnight the day before. And like, so it's really annoying to me to like finish the stream, at like 12:30 a.m. and then like I check my mail before I go to bed, and then I see like a little flag that says arriving tomorrow, such and such thing, and I'm like, all right, I'll go get that when I wake up and the mail's here. But it doesn't mean 10 hours from now when the mail arrives. It means 24 and 10 hours tomorrow, because it's 12:30 a.m. It's tomorrow is still more than 24 hours away. And I don't think about it like that. I think like I'm going to go to bed, and when I wake up it's going to be tomorrow. So I keep getting these messages making me think the wrong thing. That's very frustrating. Burn down Google, Mile Hero says. In Minecraft. It's the only logical answer. So these are the major issues I have troubling my life right now. I ordered a package 8 p.m. Wednesday. It came at 2 p.m. today. Hey, that's not bad at all. I've had a couple that have come that quickly. Wild times we live in. I don't do a ton of shopping offline necessarily, but I do enough that like the free shipping every year is worth it. I get my money's worth out of that. Got a new mouse for Final Fantasy 14. I saw you've been streaming a Final Fantasy game, but I wasn't sure which one it was. Funny part about that is it tells me if any packages arriving to my house, not just the ones addressed to me. Oh, that's odd. That's really odd. I get a notification that 4 packages are arriving, much to my confusion. When I grab them off of the porch, they're all for my sister, who's a housemate. So much for ordering each other's surprise gifts. I have USPS. Oh, set to email me when I have mail and packages arriving to my house. I missed the earlier comment. Because I travel so often, mail holds aren't realistic. That way I know if something important is there, I need to bother someone who's... Yeah. Definitely. We haven't had any problems with people messing with our mail personally. It's happened a little bit in our area. I've got a security camera trained on the porch, with a big sign right next to it that says that the premise is monitored by camera 24/7. So hopefully that's somewhat discouraging. Hey, Scheming Miner, good to see you. Wow, Silk Song looks frustrating. This game's been making me shed a few tears tonight, that's for sure. Gonna lurk. Hope everything's been okay. Doing well. Thank you for the lurk. I hope you're doing well. Hope all is well for you and yours. I don't have many complaints myself outside of this game. I don't know how much of, don't know how much of this or how much detail I necessarily want to go into, but Baby Man is almost a year old. He's 11 months now. We're getting close to a year, so Jelly and I are at the point of, like, starting to think about the possibility of whether or not there will be a Baby Man 2. We have to, we've got to make some decisions and potentially preparations for that. Coming up, we had to go with, we had some health issues, so we have some health issues, so we had to go with IVF treatment the first time around, and so, you know, undoubtedly it'll be that process again. But it's like starting from scratch every time, right? So like we've got to get make appointments to get checked out a lot, and we gotta, you know, look at our, is it something we can afford? And now that there's 3 of us, how are we gonna manage the appointments and the trips to the clinic? And it's definitely a lot to have on your plate. So a lot of heavy things to think about. So we're kind of got that bit on my mind. And I'm definitely going to have it a lot on my mind coming up. But we'll see. If the stream schedule gets erratic again in a couple months, then you'll probably be able to guess why. But most of those details, if they're forthcoming at all, will probably be mostly handled on a need-to-know basis. But give you a little insight here and there. It's not... It's not the most fun and stress-free process that you can go through. And we are tremendously blessed that it worked out for us, and because it's one of those things where there's definitely no guarantee. So we've been very blessed. This time it's personal. Wish you the best of luck. Thank you, Cows. Appreciate the positive wishes. Baby man too, baby woman. We shall see. We shall see. Yeah, I think we'd like to have at least, you know, we'd like to have at least one more kid, and we don't, no, if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen, you know. We, baby man is certainly enough. But if it's possible, like, you know, we'd like to do it, and we think that it'd be nice for him to have a sibling. You know, just for his sake too, so we'll see. If Frownie never gets sleep ever again. Oh boy. Yeah. Definitely thrilled. Definitely thrilled with having fallen down here again. I did notice what happened to me. I was just had heavier thoughts on my mind. Call it a mercy. Next stop, the bog. It wasn't even a joke. Those terrible twos coming up. My parents said I wasn't too bad when I reached that age, but every kid is different. Baby man is pretty chill. If he's not hungry or sleepy, there's not a lot that ruffles his feathers too much. But I mean, they always change. Always change, but thus far, like he's been really easy to manage. He's generally very cheerful, very easy to entertain. It's really just hungry and sleepy are the things that make him, like, tough to deal with. Make him really angry, and, you know, fortunately there's a solution to both of those, usually pretty readily available. The Agent Smiley to your Agent Frownie. Personally, I think the worst stage is being a teenager from growing up. I think that might be the hardest stage for both kids and parents because everyone's exploring boundaries. There's puberty, social life tends to change, etc. I don't feel like I mean, you know, I only have my memory and my perspective. I don't feel like I gave my parents a lot of grief in my teenage years, at least not to the extent that I know some of my friends gave theirs. Always felt like I don't know, their expectations of me seemed pretty reasonable, and I didn't really ever have too significant of an issue complying. Hey, Greg's Retro Channel. Welcome in, Greg. Only times I ever had real problems with my mom was in 1987. I started listening to metal music. Her distaste, she had a distaste for it. I think the most grief that I gave my parents was like, I don't know, when I chose to move to Thailand for a while. But I mean, that wasn't like out of like rebellion, and there wasn't really much of anything they could do about it at that point. I mean, I wasn't a teenager anymore, I was in college, but still, like, you know, I still lived under their roof for a very significant portion of the year, right? So I wasn't really my own person either. And they're just, you know, they're just worried about my safety or whatever. Or whatever. But, I mean, you know, I'm not saying that I'm like the rule to be measured by either. I definitely know that, like, turbulence in teenage years is like, at least stereotypically, is the norm. At least that, if nothing else. But I just didn't, I don't know, I didn't have too much of a draw toward anything that they would have thought was like a danger to me. I guess. Speaking as someone who's a single child, there are drawbacks and perks. Didn't have to worry about competition or jealousy within the family, being overlooked. But when I got older, I do wish I had a sibling because family support helps. Yeah. Well, and that's like, you know, and that's the thought, like, Jelly and I are older parents, so be good for, you know, we think it would be good for baby man if he had a sibling. Because our life expectancy is not quite what it would be if we had him, you know, 20 years ago. Not that I feel my mortality constantly creeping up on me or anything. I think that that's a pretty far off concern, but you never know. Funny thing is, by summer that year, my mom, after hearing me play some of those songs, actually started liking them herself, Greg says. Hey. Things are constantly getting worse in this game. I feel the weight of entropy. Music here always reminds me of the Song of Storms from Zelda. It's got that same waltz rhythm going on in the background. I enjoy this area's music, it says. I love the Song of Storms. It reminds me of it so much that I keep referring to this place as the Windmill Village, even though there is no windmill here, right? Wasn't this called the Ruined Tower? My little Frownie. Maybe it's a ruined tower of a windmill. Well, I don't know that I don't see any, I don't know that I see any evidence of a windmill anywhere, but because of the music, I keep calling it the windmill. So, it's a windmill in my heart. For sure. Hey, ghouls, good to see you. Oh, you're lucky. I figured that one out on my own just before you came in. You missed it. I said chat. When they titled this Jump King, I just realized they meant it literally. For the first 127 hours, I just thought it was a metaphor. I don't really ever address the chat generally, like, as chat, but when I tell stories about talking to the chat, I do in the stories that I tell. I thought about that the other night because I said something similar. But there's not a lot of times where I sit down and say into the camera, like, you know, chat, I've been thinking. Blown away by my shrewdness and intuition. I love saying we did it, chat, for some reason. It really makes me laugh. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. It's just not really anything that it's just not something I tend to do. I don't know why. I don't have a collective name for the viewers. No manual for streaming. If there was, you wouldn't read it anyway. Ain't it the truth? That's why I never learned to drive a stick shift. Because the guy at the dealership said, manual transmission, and I said, we're done here, sir. Just dropping by for some relaxing jump sounds before bed. Hey, I appreciate you coming by. I definitely have a lot of, I don't know about as many relaxing jump sounds, but if you like the sound of, like, the fall when he splats on his face, I've got an overabundance. And get these back seats out of here. Oh. That's why I like the PT Cruiser so much, because it was so easy to remove the back seats. That was legitimately a thing I liked about that car. And look at that. Now I know why. Now I know why. It's taken all these years to understand myself. It's always a relief to be back here, if only for a little while. Like, this is worse than Battletoads. This is like the exact same situation as Battletoads almost, right? Because there's one part really late in the game that I'm so terrible at that it forces endless resets. I deal with literal backseat driving when I'm doing Uber and it never stops being annoying. I always wonder to myself, does this person not know the phrase backseat driver and that it's something you don't want to be? It's not Battletoads until you ask for help and then refuse to take the help. No matter what, right after. That's the hard part of the story. It's hard to convey that story. Like, it's hard to tell that properly and succinctly, but it's a fascinating insight into my personality that exchange provided to us, is it not? After 40 hours of stubbornly insisting on no hints, I finally agree to accept a hint and then immediately refuse to use the advice I'm given. And then persist for another 40 hours of struggling. My Battletoads playthrough was 95 hours before I beat it the first time. Just a little bit longer than Jump King. Which you wouldn't believe it. I think that's right. I think it was 95 hours for Battletoads. kind of do rough math with the, with the games that don't keep track of the time. I have to look at the playlist on YouTube for the VODs and then kind of add them, and I do a lot of rounding, so there's a margin of error there. 95 hours of Battletoads is something else. It's mostly, I mean, I got stuck in a few places. Like, it took a while before I was competent enough to beat, like, the stage 9 with the gears. I was stuck there for a long time as well. But the Klingerwinger was the thing, really. Like, once I made it there, like, we went weeks of playing Battletoads with no progress. I would just, every night, I would just make it to Klingerwinger over and over again and immediately lose all my lives because I couldn't work out the timing of those turns. Shoot 'em ups I played for 80 to 100 hours trying to get a 1cc. Oh, and the night that I beat Battletoads, after I beat it for the first time, I reset the game and we played it a second time, and my second playthrough was a 1 credit clear. So, as in no continues, not 1 life. Just in case anyone's fuzzy on how I use that term. 1 life Battletoads would be amazing. I'd love to do it, but there's still 1 boss I don't know how to defeat without dying. I've played Battletoads enough at this point where I think I've done every level in isolation without dying. Like, I've had a run where I've deathless cleared at least 1 level, and it's been a different one. So I could stitch together a deathless run, except for stage 8. And just because of the boss of that stage, I've never, I don't know how to clear the Stormtrooper guy without dying. But Jump King, Battletoads, and Dark Souls are like my longest playthroughs. And Tears of the Kingdom. I think Tears of the Kingdom's the game we played the longest on stream. I think that was 270 hours for that game. Dark Souls was just under 200, Battletoads just under 1, and Jump King I've played. Jump King's in the number 2 spot, because I've played it for like 220 hours now. It's gonna pass Tears of the Kingdom. This game is gonna pass Tears of the Kingdom as my most played game on stream. I can see 270 for Tears. Yeah, it was a long playthrough. Especially, so many bridges to make. Especially because I was trying to play it. I was trying to break as many shrines as I could. So, like, there would be nights where I'd spend like 2 or 3 hours in a single shrine. Because I wanted to beat it in a way other than the intended strategy. Did a fair bit of that myself. Yeah, that was a lot of fun. I was trying to, so I wanted to, my first sort of rule was that I tried to beat every shrine I could without the paraglider. There are a couple where it seems impossible. There are a couple shrines where it just seems physically impossible to clear it without the paraglider, and maybe you could if you're smarter than me, but like, which isn't hard to be. But I only used the paraglider in a shrine if I was completely convinced that it was impossible to do otherwise. And then just any items that the game gave me, if I used them at all, I tried to use them not the way that they wanted me to. So like if it gave me a ball to like put into like complete a circuit, like, you know, like you use balls to activate switches in that game a lot, then I would try to not use the switch, but like I would try to use like magnesis and time reversal to like use the ball as a platform I could ride to the top of the shrine or something like that. So I spent 3 hours trying to balance on a ball while I reverse time. It was fun. It was fun. I liked doing it a lot. It's a lot of self-inflicted frustration. Yeah, exactly. I considered it kind of fail if I did the shrine the way they wanted me to. Yeah, I wish I had approached Breath of the Wild that way too, but I didn't. I didn't think about games quite the way I do now back then. Recall. I love the recall ability. When I was playing Tears of the Kingdom, someone told me they saw a poll about like what people's favorite abilities were, and recall came in dead last, and I was just like, how? The recall was so much fun to use. I used it all the time. If you just juggled magnesis and recall, you could fly. There's nowhere you can't climb with those two abilities. If a shrine gave me anything metal, it was like GG. I don't even think it has to be metal in Tears of the Kingdom, right? Because I think you can move stuff like, I don't know. I don't remember. Haven't played it in a while. But yeah, that recall is great. I keep forgetting I have recall, even in replays, Greg says. That was a lot of fun, Cow says. Yeah, I had a lot of fun with that game. I thought Tears of the Kingdom was great. I mean, I definitely get, like, when people, like, say that they like Breath of the Wild better, or, you know, like, there definitely are criticisms that you can levy against Tears of the Kingdom, but ultimately none of those mattered too much to me. I had way more fun with it than I didn't. I think my only complaint with Tears of the Kingdom would be that the subterranean world was too big. That's the only thing I didn't really like. Was down there, it was too big. It was too big and too repetitive. So it was annoying filling in all that map, but that's pretty much it. Yeah, it's so empty for how big it is, exactly. I like that it existed, I wish they'd done a better job making it more interesting. because it got old, and it stayed old and boring for a long time. I was finally done filling it out. I had trouble evaluating them as separate games, to be honest. Tears is just a Breath of the Wild expansion pack to me. I mean, that's largely what it is, but I mean, I was happy with it being that, because that's all I wanted from it. Was just, yeah, just give me more Breath of the Wild, and I'll be happy, and that's what I got, and I was happy. And I liked the crafting tools that they gave you. I like the recall. The new toys they gave you to play with were a lot of fun. It's a good time. Repetitive, but definitely not empty, in my opinion, Greg says. It felt pretty barren to me, especially when you had to like climb up those like steep slopes in the dark, and just, yeah. Not my favorite spot. I liked a lot of the aesthetic and the sort of general tone of Tears of the Kingdom a lot too. I don't really know how I felt about the story. It was kind of neither here nor there for me. But I felt the same thing with Breath of the Wild. And I guess it didn't get in the way too much. The perfect video game story has already been told anyway. It's right here in Jump King. I haven't really noticed my audio out of sync, but I'm going to reset it anyway. It was a little bit. I like the depths more than the Sky Islands, personally, Greg says. Oh, no. There's actually maybe more to do in the depths than there is the Sky Islands. I think I would agree that the most interesting parts of the depths are probably more interesting than the most interesting Sky Islands, but I think I like the Sky Islands more anyway. You could see in the Sky Islands at least. Yeah, definitely. Overcoming the darkness is pretty brutal. Not a fan of the stories in games anyway. The gameplay that matters to me. Greg says a game could have the most compelling and interesting story, but what if everything else about the game is terrible? Yeah. The repetition of the environments bugged me in the Underworld and the Sky World. You could tell they were bumping up against memory limitations, but not enough to sour the experience. I also tried to locate every shrine in the game without the shrine radar, and I succeeded with all but one. And the one that I didn't find without the shrine radar, I actually knew where it was, but I couldn't figure out. I knew where it was, like on the map, but I couldn't figure out how to get to it until I had the shrine radar. I mean, I didn't know for 100% sure, but like I was like, I knew it. I knew it had to be where I thought it was, and then it was. When I went and got the shrine radar, it was where I thought it was, and so that was kind of annoying. But that added a lot of downtime to my playthrough, trying to find some of those trying to work out where some of those shrines were without the radar to help me. Really, meant hours of searching for stuff that otherwise would not have had to have been. No, how is that a miss? And it's gonna send me all the way down to the bottom instead of the other platform where it's supposed to send me. Everything is wrong with this game. I'm being so mistreated. I think we're gonna have to wrap it up here kind of soon too. It's getting pretty late. I hate this game, Greg says. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go ahead and declare if I fall down to the Phantom Tower again, we're done. So I don't know for sure how much longer I'm gonna play, but if we fall back down that left-hand side, it's GG's for the night. Oh, awesome! About to do it right now. Thank goodness. I didn't want to immediately fall down there. Thank you for the palms, cows. Another bogus jump. Oh, cool. Oh, well, awesome. That's gonna be our stream for the night, my friends. So, we're gonna play this game again tomorrow night. But that's gonna be it for tonight. Sorry, another night with no victory. I just, no matter what I do, I can't get any better. I'm just circling the drain is all I'm doing with this game. And I wish it could be otherwise. Good attempts. Thank you. Good to see you, Shadow. Hope you're well. Thanks for streaming. Thank you for being here, ghouls. Thank you, Greg. Thank you, cows. It's a couple different streams I'd like to go to, and they're both playing games I haven't played yet that I don't want to be spoiled on, but we're gonna head this way anyway. I'm gonna send this over to Nar. Nar's playing Superman on the NES. I want to play that game. See if I can beat it blind. So I'm gonna be careful not to get myself spoiled, but we'll go over and say hi to Nar. And wish him luck. He's trying to beat every single NES game. Oh, he's doing retro achievements tonight. So he's already beaten this game, even. The 40th anniversary for Mario Brothers. Gonna record some NES stuff. Right on. Why is the raid button not working? So we're gonna play this tomorrow night, my friends. That's my plan anyway. Should be starting a little earlier, probably around 8 or 9. And play until about midnight, as long as nothing else comes up and forces me to cancel. I'll let you know in the Discord if something does, but I expect to be here. And we'll see how it goes. But thank you for your company, my friends. Very grateful to have you with me. This game is agony. Good company is always valuable, but especially when the game is this painful. Hopefully I'll get to share your company again very soon. Be well until then. And as for tonight, we're all done. It's time to head out. Let's go on an adventure.